Okay. Good evening, everyone. It is Thursday, November 10th at 7 p.m. This is a meeting of the Bellbrook-Sugarcreek Board of Education in public for the purpose of conducting the school district's business. But it's not to be considered a public community meeting. There is a time for public participation during the meeting as indicated in the agenda. And as a reminder from our policy, speakers should state their name and their address when they come up to speak, and to speak directly to the presiding officer, which this evening is me, and not to the audience or to other board members. Mr. Lyming, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Carpenter?
Here.
Mrs. Dorn?
Here.
Mr. Kinsey?
Present.
Mr. Price?
Here.
Mrs. Anderson?
Here.
Will you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, Mr. Lyman, would you please give the treasurer's report?
Yes, could I get a motion to approve the minutes from the meeting held October 13th?
So moved.
Mrs. Dorn?
Second.
Mr. Kinsey? Any questions, comments, or corrections? All right, hearing none. Mr. Lyman, please call the roll.
Mr. Carpenter?
Yes.
Mrs. Dorn?
Yes.
Mr. Kinsey?
Yes.
Mr. Price?
Yes.
Mrs. Anderson?
Yes.
Motion passes.
We get a motion to approve the minutes from the meeting held October 27th.
So moved.
Mrs. Anderson?
Second.
Mr. Kinsey? Any questions, comments, or corrections there?
I'll be abstaining because I was not here at that meeting.
Very good. All right, Mr. Lyman, please call the roll.
Okay, Mrs. Dorn?
Yes.
Mr. Kinsey?
Yes.
Mr. Price?
Abstain.
Mrs. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Carpenter?
Yes. Motion passes.
Could I get a motion to approve the treasurer's report for the month ending October 31st, 2022?
So moved.
Mrs. Dorn?
Second.
Mr. Kinsey, is that you? Okay, thank you.
I just wanted to say that with 33% of the fiscal year expired, everything looks good. We are at about 76% for salaries and benefits, which is a good number. And we are right where we want to be according to our budget for salaries, retirement and benefits, purchase services, and the state foundation is 1% below what we thought it would be at this point. We popped back from the formula to the guarantee, so now we are not funded based on how many students we have, unless we're right on the border according to the state calculation. And so as we go back and forth, it affects our state funding a little bit. So
Say we're not funded based on number of students?
no, not now. That's the formula. You have two ways of funding schools in the state of Ohio: formula and the guarantee. The guarantee guarantees you won't lose money from what you had received from the state 2 years ago. And if depending on our property values and the number of students we have, because it's property valuation per student, I'm not exactly sure how that formula works, but the state will form us if our value per student gets up to a certain level compared to other schools in the state, then we go back to the formula and vice versa. So we were funded on how many students we had. We were getting more money based on that this year. And I guess we must have had an update in our property values, and it changed it back to the guarantee. So it's not a big loss, but at this moment, we're maybe, I say it's not big, a couple $100,000 maybe on a $35 million budget. It's not killing us, but it's something to keep in mind.
So this is totally at the whim of the state, right? Basically, it's through rules they establish, and they decide this year you're guaranteed, which basically gets you whatever you had 2 years ago. If they keep us on that forever, then they'll keep us on it. The rolling look back at 2 years, which will really often be a rolling look back at multiple years, right?
So many times the state funding, as property values increase, state funding decreases. So it's a headache. We talked about that a lot when we were promoting the local levy.
Yeah. But again, just because property values go up, there's not a direct correlation to extra income for us, right? It's only based on new construction,
Right,
and that's really it, right? It's new construction, and the inside millage.
inside millage,
4.5.
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So it's about 12% of our overall budget that gets affected by increased property values.
Right,
Right.
very confusing topic, by the way.
So I half understood it 2 years ago, and now I have to remember, and so I went from a C student to maybe a C minus now.
Any other questions or comments? All right, Mr. Lanning, please call the roll.
Mr. Kinsey,
Yes.
Mr. Price,
Yes.
Mrs. Anderson,
Yes.
Mr. Carpenter,
Yes,
Mrs. Dorn.
Yes.
motion passes.
Could I get a motion to approve the 5-year forecast as included with the agenda?
So moved.
Mrs. Dorn,
Second.
Mrs. Anderson.
Okay, just a couple things I wanted to point out on this. I know I repeat myself, but I want to make sure everyone understands that we are required to file this twice a year. I guess one is the filing of the forecast and the other is the update of that one. But we have to file it with the state twice a year. The board has to approve it at least at the November meeting because it has to be filed by November 30th. It is currently on our district website. So if for some reason we amend it or make a change, I'll have to change the one on the website too. But I thought it was a good idea to have that up there in case anyone asks tonight, we have it up there. A forecast is an estimate, a financial estimate based on what we know at this moment. It's our best educated guess going out 5 years. I've done this one very conservatively because we don't know what's going to happen with inflation and some other items. So I did build in 12% a year for medical insurance premium increases, and that's more than I've ever done before. And I also, because we'll have years that will peak over that, but to average that for 5 years is 60%.
That was terrible. Yeah.
So, and then the purchase services, I increased by 10%. We increased that 5% a year last time I did this. We did 10% a year. Purchase services are anything that, any cost to the district that's not equipment, supplies, salaries and wages or benefits. So anytime we have repairs or,
Gasoline.
fuel prices, utilities, things like the Greene County ESC fees that are very high for different special education and other areas. So I bumped that up 10%. And one other thing to keep in mind, two, I froze the state funding. I tend to do that all the time because who knows what's going to happen with that. It usually hovers around zero, it'll up or down. But this might be interesting to several of you. I didn't realize this. 2023 is the year of reappraisal in Greene County of property. So they can, stop buying, have a reappraisal firm value your property on site, and that will be collected in 2024. So we should get a bump on inside millage with increased property values in 2024, and I built that into the first row up there, real estate tax. Fiscal year 24 increased by more than it did any other year.
Which line is that?
The very first row.
Okay.
And under 2024, it increased from the previous year by a lot more than each year going out. And I was also conservative on the last 3 years on real estate. I just did 1%. And there's no reappraisal those years, and I want to be conservative with this. So the good news is, though, that the two summary lines that you need to know are 6.01, which is basically our profit and loss that year. And we don't start losing money until 25, 26, 27. But we do have a decent balance, and our balance is in the black all 5 years of the forecast.
So typically we get, if I remember correctly, it seems to be somewhat reflected here, based on new construction, we get on the order of a couple $100,000 extra per year on average historically, right?
Right.
And then the reassessment in 23, that's bumping us.
Where we collected in 24.
Yeah. So maybe 700,000 or so.
Yes, that's exactly what I put in there, acting on.
Half a million extra beyond what you normally do.
And by the way, that's an estimate. I don't have any inside information with the county auditor or anything on that, but
Okay, so I guess, it is a positive thing to look at 2027 and see we're projecting 9.6 million there, right? However, as you noted, there's obviously significant concern over inflation. I believe typically you've historically projected around 2%, I think, for inflation. And as anybody follows the news, we're typically seeing around 8, over last year. So hopefully that's leveling off, but if not, that's a game changer for this entire budget, right?
right.
And it's outside of our control, certainly at the local level here.
And keep in mind too, what I said earlier, we monitor this as we go along. So I've got these numbers here. In my mind, you learn more things. We have expenditures we have to make, or we get some revenue we didn't realize, and we amend it next time we do this. So it's 6 months, look at it again, make any changes, and then reevaluate where we are at that time. So it's nothing that, approving this tonight doesn't really affect us whatsoever. It's not something that can't be changed, and it really isn't our set budget. It's our estimate of our budget that we sent to the state, and that can be a different thing.
So I guess what the community should probably most be aware of is that the Fair School Funding Plan, which as I understand it was essentially enacted with the 2021 budget, it really hasn't fundamentally done anything for us. We're faced with the same funding challenge. We continue to be heavily and overly relying on property taxes. As you see here, like $24-ish million are coming in, $24 million in property taxes. We get around 6 or so from the state, right? So, so we have, right now things are good through 2027, assuming inflation doesn't ever go through the roof. But we still are faced with the fundamental problem of how schools are funded in Ohio. And what bothers me is I think the state thinks they're done. They got the Fair School Funding Plan. And all it really did was apply a formula that was really well under what could be detailed as to how they allocate money. But they didn't really add any more money that they didn't divvy out for the schools. So I think on average, the schools throughout the state are still getting only about 47% of their funding from the state the last time I looked at that.
And we're about 27.
Yeah. I thought it was down to 25 even.
Yes, it is this year so far, yeah.
Yeah, the fair funding plan, it just added income into property taxes as a determiner there. So that doesn't help out our community.
Yeah, it didn't do really,
So-
they said they added $2 billion to the plan, but that was actually not actual real money. It was based upon their projected economic growth, which obviously took a hit during COVID. So in spite of what we hear, this is a great thing. It helps some districts out substantially, but not ours, because of our average property values and average income.
And the state did very well in sales tax, and they have a lot of revenues. The rainy day fund is full, and they have a lot of excess funds at the state level. Their revenues are up. They are not hurting at the state level. But so the fair funding plan, it was only enacted for that 2 years. So the new assembly that's coming in, they get to determine whether they're going to fund that or not. Every time the House comes in the state, they put the budget together based on what the governor plan is, and they work off of that. So it could be something totally different. It could be something totally, it could be the same. I think, but of us getting more money based on that, no.
The bottom line is there's very little push at the state level to fund districts whose property values and average incomes are increasing compared to other districts in the state. So anytime there's something like we always have this discussion when the Fair School Funding Act or something like that comes out, how are they going to divide that up based on those two factors, the average income and the property values? Or if it isn't affected at all, then we may do well, but usually it's all.
But there's no revolution in Ohio funding on the horizon that's going to help our district in any way. So.
That's why I flatlined it all the way out, because we're guaranteed to at least have what we did 2 years before, and the formula is probably going to, it's probably going to make our, if we just went through with the formula on our property values, hope I'm not boring everybody here, it would lower our state funding every year. And because that guaranteed stays up here, so whenever I talk to someone at state level about funding, they say, well, you should be thrilled with a guarantee in your district, it's keeping your level up here. Okay, so it's just a life.
I always remind our local leaders as well that the lack of, as much as everyone loves green space here, the lack of commercial property in Bellbrook hurts us too. You know, when you think of what a Centerville or Bellbrook-Sugarcreek has with all of that big commercial property that brings in property tax, but no students, we don't have that base here. So it's all on homeowners. Every time they build a new home, it comes with 2 point whatever children, and we're at a net loss, so.
But I think it's really not too early for us to start reflecting, considering, brainstorming on what other alternatives there may be, you know, to our funding. Whether it's, you know, getting the state more aware, getting our representatives more aware of, you know, the funding, because Centerville, Bellbrook, Beaver Creek all face kind of the same problem. And relatively well-to-do districts, but the problem of it is not everybody, you know. You take the median, you know, they're 50% of your people are below the median, right? So.
Years ago, I talked to, probably shouldn't name the school district, but I talked to a superintendent from one of the local school districts who was a lot like our situation, maybe even more so. And I asked about levies, and his statement was, every 3 years, we have a levy because we get basically no state money. And I said, well, what do you do if one of those fails? And he goes, never does.
Yeah.
So that kind of shocked me a little bit.
I just want to take a second and emphasize again, you mentioned at the beginning that you made a very conservative forecast. I appreciate that. You didn't mention that request was kind of made to you. So thank you for doing that. But we'll say it again, that way if people are going back and looking at forecasts in the past and they see that this one, maybe the numbers are a little bit different, that's why. It was requested you to, you know, I'm not saying a worst case scenario by any stretch, but a conservative forecast. As we said, with inflation, not knowing where we're going to be next year, the year after that, the community can know that, I mean, this board and everybody is kind of wanting to make sure that we're looking at numbers that may be realistic, so we can do the best we can.
Again, this
Thank
is
you for that.
posted on our webpage along with the notes, correct? Explain
Yes.
your assumptions and guidelines and that fed into your building this 5-year budget.
Thanks to Henry. He put it on for me.
And I'd asked you a couple years ago, and I never went back to look.
I didn't do it.
Yeah, if you can kind of go through
I was just thinking about
these
that.
individual elements and really say what that means. 'Cause some of it, it's like, it's Chinese to me.
I did it one time for a report we put on there, and I forgot to do it the last couple of years, so.
Yeah, like you explained a little bit, like federal grants and aid, for example, or what is purchase services as an example, what does that mean? And if you could go through and put a legend, key, whatever, on the webpage with that, so that the average Joe like me can go look and go, oh, purchase services are blah, 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 blah. Right. And some of these are obvious, right? General property tax, all right, yeah.
Yes.
But some of them are not. And there's, 40 elements of this budget or so, 40 or 50 things that I don't.
For instance, state funding of schools, on here it says unrestricted grants and aid.
Yeah.
So how would you know that's state funding of schools?
Exactly. And then you could say, go into that, you could say unrestricted states and aid consists of funding from the state, which can be either formula-based or guaranteed. And then just put one sentence about what that means. What does the formula mean? What does guaranteed mean? And like we just discussed here, guaranteed is 2 years back, you know. It's guaranteed not go below what your funding was 2 years before. But I think things like that will really help those that are interested, you know, to be able to find answers. Because otherwise, this is pretty daunting to try to look at that and make sense out of it.
I will do that.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions or comments? All right, please call the roll.
Mr. Price,
Yes.
Mrs. Anderson,
Yes.
Mr. Carpenter,
Yes,
Mrs. Dorn,
Yes.
Mr. Kinsey.
Yes.
motion passes. All right, any correspondence from community that board members received that they would like to share? All right, hearing none, we will go on to good news recognition. And we have two retirees, two custodians retiring that we want to recognize. First, we have Keith Hart. Come on up. Keith has served at Sugar Creek Elementary and then also at the high school, sir? No, all those high school, all the schools? Oh, so you've made the rounds.
I made it around.
All right, well, congratulations and thank you so very, very much.
How long in our district then? How
12
long?
years?
How long were you in the district? How long did you
I
work?
started in '06. But I think the time until later on,
Yeah, genuinely though, I want to thank you. I mean, from when I was a kid, some of the most pleasant memories I have being an elementary school kid was, custodians that were smiling and cleaning up, and the kid that was sick the night before and everything else, all those kind of things you do, that necessarily people don't necessarily give you, appreciation for. So thank you very much. It's really important work and really grateful and thank you.
yeah, I've enjoyed working here. Good school and.
Thank you.
Thanks, Keith.
Again, thank you so
Take care.
much.
Can we get a picture? We're gonna let you out. Take care, Keith.
And the other is Jim Sexton, who is a custodian at Stephen Bell, at least currently. And he's been with that district for 11 years. He's not here this evening, but we'll make sure that we get his plaque. All right. Before we go on to reports to the board, we have Mark Carrera speaking for the SEA.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter.
Absolutely.
So when you made that statement before about not talking to the rest of the board, is that just the open communications? I'm sorry, I missed it. or-
That is just open communications.
Okay. So I apologize. I will, although you may not need my apology. I haven't been able to be at the last couple meetings. And we had a meeting a while back with other boards, if you recall, and we gave a couple of findings from our survey. And I had told you there was a couple of other things that I wanted to share, but I didn't want to share it there because, well, they're not the most flattering things, but I feel like we should probably discuss them. And realistically, I apologize, I didn't bring them.
Oh, thanks.
Just be able to. So, remember, this is kind of the heat of the moment, we put this out. And so one of these questions asked about safety, the other about education. And really, the safety one to me is, it was quite, the situation. So I think that was influenced by that. But I do think, looking at the other piece of information, the other question where it just talked about the level of faith that the staff has in the board on certain topics. And the second one was about education specifically. And I just really feel that it's my job to represent, it's the SEA's job, not my job. It's the SEA's job to represent the teachers. But then I feel like an obligation because I love this district so much that I really do want to help improve the relationship that teachers have and the feelings they have towards you. And I feel like I've had discussions with many of you, and I feel like you feel that way also. So, but I just want to point out that, realistically, it's a small percentage of individuals that have full confidence in the decisions that are made by the board. And I would just like to really try to work together to try to increase that particular number so that more people have faith, now that the elections are past us, perhaps things will calm down a little bit, but, people are very worked up about a variety of, maybe more political issues, And I think some of that is driving that particular statistic. And so I just really came out and wanted to share that with you with the hopes that we can improve these relationships, which I feel like they are, to be honest with you. But hopefully we can do even better. And so,
Real quickly here, just
Yes,
make
sir.
sure we understand here. A 1 is not good and a 5 is?
correct. A 1 is not good and a 5
All right,
is.
so, and I know you and I talked last year, unfortunately, we need
Yes,
to
sir.
talk some more, but one of the things that, you know, whether it's feedback with jobs I have or feedback I give to others, it's not really helpful to me to say, you need to do better, you know?
Right.
And so there needs to be specifics.
Okay, I would say that one of the specifics is greater outreach to teachers to ask our professional opinions about things. There's a lot of rumors around the district surrounding books, and I have full faith. I had a conversation today with Dr. Kozat, and I have full faith that a lot of those decisions that could be coming forth are in the best interest of teachers, but I don't know that teachers fully recognize that. And I think one of the reasons is that we are just not included in discussions leading up to decisions. And I think that that ultimately could play a role in helping to increase more of those number 5s. And that's just my own kind of observation there. We didn't put out like a questionnaire that asked for specifics, so it's more difficult. But I do think that a lot of it revolves around just the feeling of maybe not, I mean, you know, I think a lot of educators around the country feel unappreciated. And I'll be honest with you, there are a lot of teachers in this district that feel that way. And I don't know that it's not necessarily on your radar.
Could you say that again?
I think many teachers around the country feel underappreciated, but I think it also holds true in this district. I feel there are teachers in this district that do not feel appreciated professionally. I mean, if discussions about books were going on, I would hope they would include teachers and ultimately like really relying on the teachers and not people that are not educators to make the final decision. Obviously, the final decision, you guys are ultimately responsible. And I'm just making an example of that, so I don't really know any specifics, but again, just hoping that teachers can play a larger role in some of the discussions of education, impactful decisions that are made.
Again, we recognize you as the messenger.
Yes, sir.
And all of us are genuinely have a vested interest in this school district being, functional and efficient and, and a great place to work, a great place to go to school. But again, where it becomes difficult is when it's a general statement like, we don't feel, teachers may not feel like, they're valued. And if you just look back at what this school board has done on behalf of teachers in the last couple of years, whether it's contracts or other things.
I would like to point out with that discussion about the contract, we made concessions. We received 2% for 3 years. That's cost of living. Like that was like a low ball type of amount realistically. So I did appreciate, and I think all of us appreciate the fact that you agreed to that contract, but I don't feel that you were doing us any great favors by agreeing to 2% for 3 years, personally.
There were additional steps added as well.
There was one additional step added, you're correct. And we still have a 1% that we have lost from years past that we did not get back. So, and that's neither here nor there, but the point of it is, I don't think that relying on like approving a contract, which always happens, is being something that's really like relationship building.
Again, that was an example.
Yeah.
I mean,
Right.
I'd have to give thoughts to more, but I struggle and I guess I just have a lot of trouble understanding how the teachers could walk away with some impression that we don't value them but it's a fair statement though, that, and I will take note of, and you made this statement on more than one occasion that you want to be involved, ahead of time. And pick whatever thing that's been controversial over the last couple of years. And I think that's to be, taken note of. So, thank you.
And not me personally, though. I mean, like you said, I do appreciate you recognizing that for a large degree, I am the messenger. And as we talked about, I don't know that there's people beating the door down to do this job, so you might be stuck with me as long as we're all together as far as that goes. So I appreciate your time and I appreciate your consideration. And as always, I would appreciate any time that we can have a conversation as far as that goes.
Sure.
So, thank you so much. Unfortunately, I appreciate Dr. Kozat moved me up. I have plans with my wife and I have to leave. So I'm so glad I told her 7:30.
I have some more questions.
I was thinking, I was sitting there before, I was like, how's this gonna work? But no, seriously, if you have other questions, I definitely have time now because we're perfect. So,
No, we will appreciate you and your commitment, and we'll talk again.
thank you so much. And I guess we'll see each other in December, probably.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
thanks, Mark. All right. Going on to reports to the board. Nancy Ann is going to give us an update on the district report card. And not sick this evening.
No, feeling good. That was temporary, for the record. I moved over here a little closer so I could see really well. So it's that time again. It's been a little while since we've presented district report cards with COVID, et cetera. So I'm pleased to share these results that I think most people are already aware of, but this is a traditional presentation, so it's time to get back to it. So there are some highlights. Of course, you've seen our great results. The staff has worked so hard, students have worked so hard during very difficult times to continue that high achievement that we have here in the district and people are used to. And students continue to make above expected growth. I'll talk more about that later in the presentation. Performance of students that are in special populations continue to improve. These are subgroups, that's a term we used to use. Students that are receiving special education services, race, ethnicity, minority populations, students whose families speak a different first language, our English learner population, gifted is included here. Students who receive free or reduced lunches, so poverty, those students continue to improve. We're proud of that. And overall achievement remains high. That's the percentage of kids passing the test and the percentage of students who are excelling on those tests. And we have plenty of them, as you know. So I mentioned that growth target is certainly important and continues to be a priority here, and most of our students are hitting those growth targets. This is just an overall view of the report card. We no longer get the A, B, C, D, F. They've gone to stars. So you can make the connections. 5 stars is the highest rating, and each of these components are rated separately. So there's not an overall 5-star, 4-star rating. So we look at each of these components separately and drill down to see what areas we can improve in and what areas we should be celebrating. So excellent, excellent report card. 5 stars almost all the way across. And then if we look at the NR, college, career, workforce, and military readiness component, this is a really complex rating that is coming soon, but is not yet rated. They are still collecting data. This includes a lot of things that happen at the high school level, students participating in College Credit Plus, students succeeding on AP tests, military readiness that gets rated, number of students going into the military right out of high school. And we'll continue to update you on that measure as it becomes a lot more clear to us. So a screenshot there. I thought this was just interesting. I know you even talked about enrollment earlier in the context of the 5-year forecast. You can see the larger graph lower left. That's enrollment trends of similar districts on the top, the red. And similar districts aren't just around us. Ohio, the Ohio Department of Education has a list of districts around the state that have similar profiles. They look at median income, suburban versus rural versus urban, all those kinds of things. So we're compared to those districts. And then our actual enrollment is the blue at the bottom. So you can see, it's really pretty flat. So it's interesting when you see so much new construction. We're 2508 number of students in 1718, and then last year 2520. So pretty close. Feels like more, but it's pretty steady. attendance is not an issue in this district in terms of excessive absenteeism. We are the blue line at the top and the state average at the bottom, and similar districts, they're in red. And you can see the impact of COVID on those numbers. So now I'll just walk through those star ratings and at the building level to make that a little more clear and celebrate those successes. So overall in the district, the achievement was 5 stars. And then performance index, that's where you look at all the test scores, the individual assessments for the individual student, and in some cases that may be 3 per year. In 5th grade, for example, a student takes a science achievement test, they take ELA or English language arts as well as math. So that one student has 3 tests that aggregates this number. So our performance levels, the red would be accomplished. I'm sorry, I can't see that well this far away. The yellow is proficient. So that's what we want. We want students to be proficient. We actually want them to be above proficient. So I mentioned accomplished is that red area. We have a big chunk of that circle graph on the left, students that are achieving above the passing score band or score range. And then the green, even better, advanced. And then the smaller dark green area is called advanced plus. That's like getting extra credit, so to speak. Students that are accelerated, and in this case it would be mathematics, or their whole grade accelerated, they automatically get bumped up a point if they score in those high ranges. So we have a substantial number of kids that are already accelerated 1 grade level in subject or whole grade, achieving high at that higher grade level, so we get an extra little bump there. So that all goes into that performance index calculation. So really strong. And then just to go building by building, you'll see since Stephen Bell Elementary has no state level tests, it begins at 3rd grade, it's not rated for the achievement component of the report card. So we have nothing there for Stephen Bell in this case. And then we move on to Bell Creek, where all that testing begins. They get hit really hard, as you know, with 3rd grade reading guarantee. Students have a fall test in English language arts, and then they have math and English language arts in the spring. So 4th grade, they have the 2 tests, math and English language arts. And then, like I mentioned earlier, in 5th grade, they add science to the mix. So lots of testing going on in that building, that all required testing, mandatory testing. Very high achievement, 5 stars. So congratulations to them. I did put a corrected slide on your table before you got here, I believe. And there's a slide in your packet that for this particular measure, it just doesn't make sense. It's a really wacky performance index score, and it has been corrected. That original slide was in our, it's called the Secure Data Center. It's where we log in to get details around our ratings. So I replaced that with the extra sheet there. So again, excellent performance there on performance index. You can see those dark green. So again, those accelerated students scoring well, and then that lime green is really huge. And we move on to the middle school, looking at those same 2 components, the achievement, 5 stars, so the percentage of kids passing the test. And then the performance index, again, acceleration impacts this with the lime green and the dark green. Lots of success there too. And the high school, 5 stars as well. Excellent job. And performance index, very similar to the slides you saw before. So our goal with performance index is always decreasing the number of students in the bottom two categories, basic or limited, those two shades of blue, and that pushes students up into those higher levels of success. That's being done very well across the board. And then we move on to progress. This is sort of a new term. It's been used for the last few years. Progress means growth. Value added is another term that's been used in the past, and it just keeps getting changed to add understanding, but it's a very confusing component. District progress, this looks at the students' growth. So I'll get into that in a second. There are calculations that are figured out by lots of very, very smart statisticians, and they look at student performance on these standardized assessments, and they make predictions about where they should end up year after year on these assessments if they are showing a year's worth of growth in a year's time. It's a very simple explanation for a very complex calculation that we can't replicate here locally to make predictions. So we focus on those other things you saw in the other slides. If kids are moving up, then growth should be evident in the statistics anyway. So this explains what I just mentioned to you. We think of two things with assessment: the rate of achievement and the level of achievement. So how high am I scoring on an assessment? That's the level of achievement, like a traditional grading scale, A, B, C, D, F. So we look at the proficiency. Those are grade level standards. How well did we do against those grade level standards? Growth is different because I can, if you look at the quadrants there, I can have high growth and high proficiency, but I can also, the light yellow, I can be a high performing student on a test, but I haven't shown growth. So this is a real challenge, especially in gifted education. We talk about this a lot. High achieving student consistently, but are they moving forward? Are we adding value, and are they showing a year's worth of growth in a year's time? So that's where students kind of fall. When you look at those two measures, their data will fall in one of the four quadrants. We look at this even down to the student level. So we have that available through our MAP data as well as our state testing data. So our goal is always to be in that upper right quadrant. High growth. Every student is experiencing lots of new learning, whether they start here in achievement or here. So every student can grow.
Do we have, when you're identifying students, then are we customizing or differentiating in certain ways to help make them,
Absolutely.
help them get to that upper quarter?
Yeah, absolutely. We have tools that will help us do that.
Okay.
We have the reports that show the growth that student experienced last year in reading and math with MAP. We have the value-added reports at the teacher level. They can analyze their own data. And then we also have tools, especially with technology, tools that students can get on. There's a program called ExactPath that comes to mind, and that will take the students' data exactly where they are, and it will provide that specific differentiation through a gamified sort of approach. That's one way, but of course direct instruction as well. Grouping students based on their academic need. For example, if I see that I have a couple of students that didn't make adequate growth last year, I'm really going to need to ramp up that instruction for them to close that kind of gap, if you will, and keep them on par with students that would show a year's worth of growth in 1 year's time.
Okay, thank you.
Betsy, when we're talking about that progress metric for the district, is it looking at how many of our individual students are experiencing high growth, or is it looking at like this year's third graders compared to our last year's third graders, and did like the district experience growth, like in some sort of.
It's normed against
that makes
all the,
sense. I don't-
yeah, I think so. It's normed, so to speak, against all the students in the state.
Yeah.
So they look at the projection for those kids at the individual level.
Okay.
Then they put all those numbers, kids that perform in a similar fashion achievement-wise.
Yeah.
They look at, maybe students are not passing the test, for example. I'm gonna teach a lesson here. And across the state, kids that were in that same kind of score band, what kind of growth did they have over, all like millions of data points in their history of data points? And then they say, okay, for a year's worth of growth, they should move about X. So then they compare actual performance of movement to that prediction.
Okay.
So you are measured, it's locally normed, well, not locally Bellbrook, but it is an Ohio test, not a nationally standardized test. So we are performing higher in that area of growth compared to typical students that score in those ranges, high performance across the state. That's a,
I know, sorry. I
It's a
remember you giving
very
this
small-
presentation the last time and talking about how that part, I guess it was called
Yeah.
growth then, was challenging for us.
it is.
Because when you're already
Yeah.
going really fast, it's
Yeah.
hard to go faster.
Yeah. It's also kind of, you're good or bad depending on how everybody else does, in a way. Because you are normed against performance of others. It's not like a student that scored a 723 last year, if they score a 724 this year, that's growth? Not necessarily. It depends on how the other kids in his or her pack scored. If they were scoring, in the 750s and they only were, that is a very elementary way to think about it. So
Right.
you're compared to others in your achievement group, even though we're measuring growth. Yes.
I'm kind of related. Do metrics exist that compare Bellbrook students in 2018, third graders in 2018, and third graders in 2022?
The metrics measuring what? The
Just
growth, the typical growth?
Comparing the growth, comparing
Yeah.
the proficiency
Mhm.
of Bellbrook students in 2018 versus Bellbrook students in 2022.
Oh, yeah, we have access to that in our historic data, if we wanted to look at our own.
Rather than comparing to everybody across the state.
Yeah, for local, yeah.
Well, it's interesting at this point in time to see like how much did COVID affect and how
Right.
much did COVID affect other districts versus us? And
Right.
we took different paths than other, like, this is a really interesting report card to me because I think it's comparing us against a lot of other districts that did very different things for the last 2
Absolutely.
years.
Yeah, I agree. I think the entire report card really shows us that we're doing really well. In any year, it would be an excellent report card, but given COVID, we're really, really proud of these results. For
As
sure.
more information is coming out across the nation and whatnot about remote learning versus being in person,
Yeah.
I think we can be really proud
I
of our
agree,
district and some of these things.
absolutely, completely agree. Lots of stability, for sure. Okay, so getting into that growth or progress component, we've talked about achievement, how many kids are passing the test. Now we're into the growth, so we've got our head around that a little bit, hopefully. Stephen Bell, of course, no rating because we don't have those state tests. However, they do use math, and our teachers there have been digging into reports like the quadrant that I showed you on the last slide. They certainly look at growth and projected growth with math. It's very similar to what we get with state level data. So they are participating fully as well. And then Bell Creek, earn 2 stars in this area. We have already started digging into that, Mr. Phelps especially, looking at specifically what can we do to impact that student growth there, and we'll talk about that here later. And at the middle school, we have 5 stars. And at the high school, excellent rating at 4 stars, still very strong. So talking about opportunities, when we look at all those components, and those are summarized here, and a little more detail on the right with English language arts and math being kind of teased out. So first of all, that first column on the left shows how they score us in the area of gifted. This is a component on the report card, and as you know, we have a high percentage of students who are identified here. Performance index, remember when I showed you the lime green and then that dark green part? They're hitting the mark there. The performance index, they're scoring high and helping create that dark green section of that circle graph, especially those accelerated in math and any whole grade accelerated kids, which we do not have very many. We might have 1 a year that are either early entrance to kindergarten and they undergo testing for that plan, or a student who is very high performing across the board and parent nominates them for whole grade acceleration. So a grade skip. Primarily, we do that in mathematics, and it's been very successful. So then the next one is growth. Super excited about this because that is, it's definitely hard to have high growth and high achievement when sometimes kids know a lot of what you're getting ready to teach them. So this really does show you that they're working hard to take that information like you asked about and really stretch them in certain areas and give them what they need versus what they're already successful at. The next one though, the gifted identification and service, that was really disappointing. Out of 5 points, we earned 0. We identify and serve a lot of students here. A lot more than a lot of my colleagues, gifted coordinators, and I talk all the time. We start in 2nd grade. Many districts don't start that early. We serve a lot of kids. What's happening though with service versus identification, I'll talk about at the end here on the next slide, I think. So I'll come back to that. Graduation rate is always strong here in the district, 4 points. And then I don't have to explain the rest, the 5s anyway, those are pretty obvious. English learners showing a lot of growth, that's amazing, the 5 out of 5 possible points there. And then math and ELA, very, very strong. Math progress, very strong. That very last one, English language arts progress, kind of takes us back to the 2-star slide that you saw. If there's any place we can really, really hone in on and dive deeper into relative to student growth, ELA would be a place to look more closely. Why is that? What is the data telling us? What do we need to do differently in our English language arts to ensure that more kids are showing growth on those state assessments? So we've been doing that. So those opportunities I just mentioned around gifted and English language arts progress, student growth, to improve those, here's what we're doing. We do have a district goal focused on growth, and we have another district goal focused on writing scores. When it comes to the English language arts assessment, you have a lot of traditional questioning, multiple choice, that kind of thing, and then you have writing, and it's not easy. It's pretty intense. The expectations are high for students to earn maximum points, and they can earn 0 to 10 points just on that section. So diving into that and helping teachers align their own instruction to those expectations, because we believe we have good writers. We think that there are other factors there. There's an endurance issue when you think about 3rd graders typing. for a state assessment and dealing with a Chromebook and when they're little, and sticking with it long enough to ensure that they can convey all the ideas and provide all the evidence that the state expects them to do at an early age according to this 10-point rubric. So it's pretty complicated how they're scored. And they're doing quite well, but if there is anywhere we can improve, it's in that growth and digging into the data. It's the writing. That's where we want more points. Teachers are really diving into that themselves. We have a workshop tomorrow afternoon along those lines, hosted by Greene County ESC, but we're having it here on a PD day, so they did let me help plan that with them, the facilitators from the ESC, so that we could take advantage of a PD day and not pull everyone and have all those subs. So we have all second grade teachers as well as all ELA teachers grades 3 through 12 together in the cafeteria tomorrow to talk about writing strategies. And we even have some guests from other districts so they can collaborate with teachers that teach elsewhere. Gifted services, I mentioned that was a disappointment. Here's one thing that happens with that. In the spring, when student schedules are created, and I'm working with principals and we're placing those gifted children with the right teacher that has the staff development or the licensure in order to qualify to serve those gifted kids. We have those classes, they're great, okay? We've got the service ready to go in the spring. Then what happens during the school year, and this happens to everyone, we use an assessment called MAP 3 times a year. It measures student growth, and it's also an improved identifying assessment for gifted students, so reading and math. So as students take MAP, if they haven't previously been identified as gifted, sometimes they are scoring high enough to be identified gifted in the fall. Then they take MAP in the winter and the spring. So they have 3 opportunities to identify as gifted, but we can't serve them until the next year. But all that data gets reported to the state. So it happened this fall. I mean, there were, lots of kids that earned that 95th national percentile rank, but they were already in a homeroom. They were already in a language arts class. It would not be a student-centered thing to do at that point to pull them from their class and have these revolving doors of class lists all year. That would not be appropriate for teachers or students. So it's one of those things that does happen. So then the ratio of served to identified gets a little wonky, because the spring before we thought we're serving X number of students. Then by the time you look at it in October, after they've been given MAP, we have a chunk of students that aren't getting a gifted service. So that hurts, but it is certainly something I think we just have to live with, rather than recreating student schedules and having that upheaval. It would not be good for the organization, kids, families, or teachers. So they will get a service the following year if they choose it.
Do we have a very high population of our teaching staff that have the gifted intervention certification?
Not really anymore. They are starting to retire.
Yeah.
Let's see, we lost 1, 2, 3. I think of 4 in recent years that we've lost.
Right.
So those numbers are going down. The people that have the license as a GIS or gifted intervention specialist, but we do have an option. Teachers can earn highly qualified status by doing staff development and lots of different ways. So,
and does that qualify us as far as the scoring is concerned? But it's
as far as
like
the
gifted light?
Yeah.
Kind of.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I have a gifted intervention specialist endorsement, but if Mrs. Dorn doesn't have that license, but she's very interested and she participates in at least 15 contact hours per year, up to 60, then she is equally qualified in the eyes of the state. We can report students that are in her room receiving gifted,
Services.
yes,
Okay.
gifted instructional services, absolutely.
Thank you.
So, you're welcome. That's hard to do, though. It's
Oh,
15
yeah.
contact hours. That's why I mentioned recruitment of gifted intervention specialists. As we have those openings in the future, trying to find someone that has that license is nice, because then the staff development it's not an extra for them
Right.
that we have to find time for in the staff development calendar. But it's hard to find them. There's an uptick of teachers earning it again, but the people out there on the market looking for a job in gifted education is few and far between.
Yeah, we had a few years ago, an agreement with Wright
Yes.
State, and part of it was covered by the state, or Wright
Yes.
State, and part of it by the ESC, I think, and part of it by the district, and we got a whole bunch.
Yes, we had 20, I was part of that cohort, that's
Yeah.
how I earned mine. Mary Ellen,
Mhm.
lots of good friends. We had a great, diverse group of people, like 28 people started in that cohort, from counselors, elementary, secondary. I was an administrator. I mean, it was a really nice cross-section of people, and many of those people have retired.
Sure.
But yeah, that was a nice deal. We had 1/3 off tuition from Wright State as a partnership effort. Those days are probably gone. And we have 1/3 paid by the district and free books. So we only had to pay 1/3 of that. It was a 2-year cohort. It was really great. So we've had long-lasting benefits from that investment, for sure. Many of those people are serving gifted students now.
Good.
Very few left. I think only one left for another job opportunity, but others, if they've left, it was retirement.
Yeah.
And then the K2 grade band holds some opportunities. I mentioned there, you really get like bonus points, really, for serving and identifying students very early, because the research supports that. The earlier we identify and start to meet their needs, the greater chances of them reaching potential and growth and all those good things. So that, I say it holds opportunities because what I just described, when new students qualify during the year, and in second grade, for example, you're in a self-contained, I'm with Mrs. Dorn, she's my teacher, and now I'm gifted, we're not gonna move you around. We have 3 teachers in second grade now serving gifted students. So as more kids in those 3 teachers' homeroom qualify, they are equipped and ready to serve, versus kind of being stuck and not getting the child into another service. But anyone is certainly welcome to participate in the staff development options that I have for gifted. And many people have that really haven't even expressed an interest in serving gifted students, but they continue their education or get contact hours for license renewal through that. The last thing there, creative thinking and visual performing arts. Those are 2 other areas that we could be serving in. However, the qualification, the identification process is very complicated for visual performing arts. It takes a lot of man or woman power to review portfolios, take the nominations, have performances, review videos, et cetera, et cetera. There are some districts contracting that out to Montgomery County ESC. They will evaluate students for visual performing arts for a fee, of course, with a nomination. The issue becomes, what would the service be then? And until you're in middle school, high school, probably more high school, we really don't have anything on the books that would suffice at this time for a service. You can't count clubs, so drama clubs, those kinds of things don't count as a gifted service. We can't count art and music at the elementary because it doesn't meet the minimum number of minutes. So that's a challenge for every district, those 2 categories. So that's what we're working on. In order to really get at some of that improvement that we want to make in the area of writing and student growth. We have a lot of systems that support the collaboration. I've talked a lot about MAP assessments that measures growth over time. So when a student takes MAP, it's not just on their grade level, it goes to the level at which the student performs. So above grade level, below grade level helps us identify gaps so that we can provide those interventions like Mr. Carpenter asked about. The short cycle checks for student mastery, we've started implementing something called benchmark and checkpoints. And these are little practice tests, just like the state test, but most teachers are looking at those checkpoints. They are shorter and they are aligned to a specific topic. So if I'm teaching a unit on number sense in third grade, because state testing starts there, then I can pull a checkpoint on number sense that tests those standards. So I can see how they're doing on that. And really most importantly with those two assessments, benchmark, which is longer, and checkpoints, which are short, it replicates the state test. So they maneuver the actual website where the testing occurs every spring. They get a chance to use the tech enhancements, drag and drop, so put the life cycle of a plant in order, those kinds of things that you can't replicate on paper. And the state test asks you to do a lot of that. And then we're increasing the writing instruction support. I mentioned the workshop that we're having tomorrow afternoon. And then building more collaboration time into staff development. We have TBTs, that's teacher-based teams, so that we can get together as a grade level or department regularly and discuss data, instructional planning, and all those other things that are important to a team of teachers. And then the gifted vertical teams, I brought back post-COVID, where now we can meet face-to-face. We've had 2 so far, and we have different staff development kinds of activities. How can we differentiate for the unique needs of gifted learners, compacting the curriculum, or looking at different methods for that, and just have some professional collaboration and planning time built into those team meetings. So we have grades 2 through 8 in those meetings so far, and that's been fun to get back together for some of those things. And then lastly, I like this quote. I typically put this at the end of a report card presentation. Not everything that counts can be counted, and not everything that is counted counts. I think that sums it up. There's a lot of data. It's always difficult during these presentations to give you just the right amount to lead to a little more understanding than maybe you would have by just checking the website and seeing how we're doing. But we can really get into the weeds. All those charts and graphs that you saw, we can keep clicking as administrators down to so many levels, and it can be very overwhelming. And we know that we're not measuring everything that's important. The classroom experience is number 1, safety, feeling safe emotionally and physically, of course, but those relationships that are being built between our teachers, kids, and families is priceless and doesn't show up here on the report card at all. And we very much appreciate their efforts. It's been a hard few years for teachers and really important work. Any questions?
I have one. Sure. I remember this from the last time we were getting too. And is it something inherent to the state report card, or is it just the subset that you chose to break that? We talked a ton about gifted, and we talked a lot about just the overall performance, but we didn't talk about the other end of the spectrum at all.
No, I am glad to present that to you. It is a lot more complex. They are represented, they don't have a separate component on the report card. These are the components, but they are represented in those numbers. But if we go back to the very beginning, students on IEPs are sorry, that's a long presentation. Gap closing. Okay. And I'd be glad to provide details by email if you'd like. They're not in a separate component, that group of students. So I didn't dig deeper into gap closing to show you all the subgroups, which would include ethnicity, like I said, poverty, all those things. That's where their data is housed.
Any others?
I just want to say, I appreciate the level of detail.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That was very helpful.
Thank you. That's too much.
Thanks.
No, I
Thanks.
appreciate it.
Thanks for.
I don't have a question, but including comment, I'm sorry to
I
interrupt.
was gonna say, thanks for letting us ask questions. and
Sure,
put
thank you.
And put you on the spot.
Oh, that's okay.
You're great.
Yeah, thanks, Betsy, for the presentation, all of your support, your leadership. All these results, compared to other school districts, and again, I like to compare against ourselves, but, compare against other school districts also. These results are 13th highest in the state.
Yeah.
I mean, out of about 600 and some school districts, so that's extremely impressive. To be 13th out of the whole state on the report card. So that's all areas, just not only achievement at high levels, but also those growth pieces and so forth. And obviously that is a collaborative effort between the teachers, the students, parents, the administrators, the school board, the building staff, support staff, everybody working together, especially the last few years where it's been crazy different. Just everybody staying focused on not only safety, but academics also through all of the masks and all the, kids being out of school and quarantining and the extra work that put on the teachers and administrators and it's just extremely impressive that 13th in the state, given all of the stuff that has happened. So, it's a big thank you, applause for a team effort. Because if everybody's not pulling their own weight, at home and at school, we can't get these kind of results. So just extremely impressive with that. So just a good thank you and kudos to everybody on that.
Well said.
All right. Going on to open communication. Is there anybody who signed in? As a reminder, give name and address, and then also speak to the presiding officer. Oh, that's Dr. Vinegar.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. I was hoping to get some clarity on your procedure for adopt. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. Meredith Brinegar, 2221 Ivy Crest Drive, Bellbrook 45305.
Thank you very much.
I was hoping to get some clarity on your procedure for adopting and updating board policies. It's my understanding that it takes 2 meetings to do this. A policy must be listed on the agenda at 1 meeting per first read, and then placed on subsequent agendas until a vote is taken to adopt or update. I couldn't find an explicit rationale in Bellbrook School Board policies, though many other districts do spell it out. That is, 1, to ensure board members have time to give it thoughtful consideration, and 2, to allow interested parties, be they teachers or community members, time to review and give feedback. Would you say this is also your rationale for having 2 meetings? I know this is hard. It's not a two-way thing, you always tell us, but I have that question. That's my guess, but it would be nice to get that confirmation. So the Bellbrook-Sugarcreek School Board does list the title of new or updated policies in the board agenda for a first read, but doesn't provide access to the actual policy updates in their entirety. When I recently inquired about this, and I've inquired about this in the past too, because you update them every 6 months, I was told that I had to make a formal public records request to our treasurer. I did so and did get the information, which was appreciated. But is this really a best practice in this day and age of technology, especially from a board that has repeatedly received criticism related to transparency and communication? I mean, whether you intend it or not, and maybe you don't intend it, it gives the impression that you want to make things difficult for the public to access information. And I have a potentially easy workaround. So if I'm going to give a criticism, I should have a potential solution. BSS uses the website Board Docs to host its board policies. But this website also has the infrastructure to host things like meeting agendas and minutes with hyperlinks to relevant documents. Several other local school districts use this. I mean, I didn't do an exhaustive search, but I know Waynesville, Dayton Public, Xenia uses it for that purpose, and it's really convenient. It's very much like, the city of Bellbrook, I'm on a board there, they have an integrated information system that not only makes it accessible for the public, but for you all, because, everything is linked. It's not like if you have to, oops, this document updated, let me send you a new attachment. I don't know if you're using attachments, but it just makes it easier. So if maybe you've already looked into this, but if you haven't, I encourage you to do so. Now, regarding the policy updates themselves, I see that you have tabled the updates for policies related to weapons on school property. I will be curious to hear your rationale for doing so, since the proposed changes, which I read, seemed in line with your desire to institute an active shooter response team. Finally, I wanted to thank you for listing policy updates where the change was to make the language on existing policies more gender neutral, replacing he and she with they, them, their. You may not have been the architects of this change since you use an outside firm for many of these policy updates, but it's appreciated all the same. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your suggestion. All right, there was only one for open communications, so we will go on to our consent agenda. Our consent agenda for this evening is in 8A and B, certified licensed staff employment resignation, leave of absence, and supplemental duties, and then B, support staff employment resignation and leave of absence. Is there any item that a board member would like us to pull out from the consent agenda and treat separately? All right, hearing none, do we have a motion to approve our consent agenda, which is items 8A and 8B?
So moved.
Mrs. Dorn,
Second.
Mr. Kinsey. Questions or comments? All
Just
right.
one comment, I'm sorry, that we wished Jacob Wilhite good luck. He's resigning to transportation director here to be a transportation director in Reynoldsburg, in Ohio. So he's done a great job in the past 2 years he's been here, so good luck to him.
That leaves a big hole, yeah.
How about if we don't approve?
I don't know if it's been tried before.
Well, I think if we don't approve it, it makes it impossible for us to hire a replacement. But I like the suggestion. Anything else? All right, Mr. Lyman, please call the roll.
Mrs. Anderson,
Yes.
Mr. Carpenter,
Yes.
Mrs. Dorn,
Yes.
Mr. Kinsey,
Yes.
Mr. Price.
Motion passes. All right, Dr. Kozad, I'll turn it back to you for board policy revisions.
Yep, to recommend approval of the following change revisions to board policy. You see the list right there. Again, these were given at the last board meeting. And if you have any questions or anything else?
All right, do we have a motion?
So moved.
Mrs. Dorn
Second.
and Mrs. Anderson. Questions or comments?
A couple. One, obviously, we use Neola for our policies. And I guess my question is, is it expected, is it required or whatever to accept it verbatim? Or are we able to modify the language? And, okay, they essentially give us a template and we go, we don't like that sentence. Has that historically been done? I don't know.
Well, Mrs. Dorn just went through that process with Dr. Kozad. They do give us a whole variety of choices with.
I'm aware of that, but let's say we don't like any of the choices and we want to, or I don't, not we, I don't like, and I want to suggest a change to sentence 3 in the paragraph. Is that allowable?
So as I understand it, yes, some policies, and I will share there, all the policies on here are things that are, none of these were like, Mrs. Anderson thought she wanted to change something in policies, so she requested this change. These are all things that are changing based on external things. A law changed in the State House, and then it drove a change to our policy. So that's part of the, I guess, the answer to your question. I'll try to answer some of your others. When we do changes, sometimes there are multiple choices, or you can check, do you want to add this option or that option? That there are optional clauses, if you will, that you can kind of tailor it. You can go rogue. Well, I would say go rogue. But if you go rogue, obviously we have to use our own attorney and pay for that. But we also lose an amount of protection, because if we use Neola's approved language and the district, for example, gets sued based on some such thing within that policy, we have added protection from them. They will, I don't know what the proper terminology is, but they will assess financially and in practice in our defense. Like they stand behind those, like they warranty them in a way. If we go rogue, it's like you make custom modifications to your whatever that you bought, you just voided the warranty, and now it's on you if it breaks, kind of. So that's kind of the answer. So we totally can. There are policies, not any that have been enacted recently, or probably even by any of the members of this board, except for maybe you, David, early on, that were custom, but none of these are. It's voiding of a warranty of support should we have an issue with one of them.
The issue and concern I have is that, by the way, there's nothing as cats. My daughter brought her cats home. So my wife and I are having issues with that. So she came home the other day, so excuse my sniffling and whatnot. But the issue I have is it their policy or is it ours? Because law is straightforward. That's the law, so that's simple. Otherwise, if we just accept verbatim what another organization tells us, then it's their policy effectively. We have to opt it, but if we don't really have an opportunity, an accepted, respected opportunity to tailor it to our unique needs, our unique viewpoints of our district, I feel that's not ideal, I think, so it's just, hence my question, and it's just interesting that Meredith brought up tonight, discussions about policy. It kind of dovetails with this discussion here, so how do we, and that's just a question.
Yeah.
Yeah, again, some of it, just to piggyback on Mr. Torrance, again, some of it is change in law. Whether we have it in there or not, it's going to be the law. We customize it. We can't just change the law. If the law is the law, yeah. But if there's an opportunity that we can customize it, if that's what the board wants to do, again, there's kind of the warranty kind of piece. The board can customize it.
There are some things that are law, and there are some things that are interpretation of law, and that can be maybe I don't want to accept their interpretation of it, and so I'm just trying to understand the process better here.
Depending on the specific policy, some of them are pretty widely customized. Like, here's a whole list of 10 things. You can pick one, none, or all 10 of these sub-bullets, A through E, for this one thing. And so that was the exercise that Dr. President and I went through, just as representing the board in that meeting, to kind of say, I think, and that's what you end up seeing, but you can totally see all the options if you want to, obviously. But
we're not going to resolve it here tonight.
Don't think that they're all super cookie cutter, because there are lots of suggestions that Neola makes that, like, we reject, or we, take half of it and leave the other half. But if you go outside of, like, they kind of give you guardrails. If you go outside of the guardrails, then you're outside of your warranty. But the guardrails on some are just, we're making this change because they help us find out if our law is, or if our policy is like,
Compliant.
not law
Yeah,
now.
yeah.
Like, it's like outside of the bounds. But no, it kind of gives us guardrails. I had the exact, that's why I wanted to start going to these meetings as a representative from the board, because I had the exact same concerns that you did.
Is there precedent for the district, changing or deleting a sentence or whatever? I mean, has that happened? I don't.
Well, I can give you an example from about probably 6, maybe 7 years ago, where we had a policy that was, a recommendation came from Neola because the blood alcohol level requirement or level that was going to be acceptable was raised by the state. And so the recommendation was that we, go along with what the state had. And I felt like we don't want to make the requirement any less stringent for blood alcohol level for our bus drivers. So, I just was kind of like, that seems crazy. So we actually reverted it to 0 blood alcohol level, which turned out to be one of the choices that had been available to us. But, it was the standard recommendation. We just go with whatever the law was. So
That's really a good example. I mean, that's probably, because there's so many other what ifs and, hypotheticals here, but that's a really good concrete example of basically you retain the policy that was more restrictive than what the state law
right,
became.
right.
And
Actually, we went
what was the
more
policy?
stringent.
That's what I would say.
And I think that that's an exact corollary to answer the question as to why we chose to table the weapons policies that were on here. Because the recommendations, none of the weapons policy changes were a result of any action that we have taken. They were recommendations from Neola because the law in Ohio changed. And it basically put all of the wording of that law into the policy, which if you referenced it, best if you saw it. But what again, that committee hasn't made all the plans yet, right? But we know even based on the resolution we passed that some of our requirements are going to be more stringent than that. So while that's all still in flux, our board policy that already exists covers us for now. And why change it and change it again why change it to something that is less stringent, more broad, and then clamp it down again later? Let's do it once and do it right. So that's the answer to your question.
Yes.
Basically, that change put all of the words of House Bill 99 into the policy when, like, they put They put 24 hours and our resolution said 40. There's not an option in Neola to put 40. There's only an option for 24. So we don't need the change yet, but wait and make it what we need it to be.
Yeah, that's really good explanation. There's just too many moving parts, to try to pour concrete right now, It's
And
good.
to my knowledge, somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, I mean, at least since I've been here, every policy change has been driven by Neola, by state law changes, something like that. Nothing has been initiated by us, which it sounds like is maybe what you're asking. Could I assume
We could certainly look to see if the change that we're interested in making fits within the guardrails or guidelines of what their recommendations are too.
Or another thing that we can ask for, which I did in the last meeting, like if there's a certain policy that I don't really love this policy that we have on the books. And that policy might have been enacted, 3 boards ago by nobody that was sitting here. It's still our board policy, but so if we don't really love it, we can go back and say, all right, can we see all the options that are available? Because we might be able to totally change it to a Neola thumbs up warranty policy and just pick different options than the previous board selected when they enacted that policy. Does that make sense? So sometimes if we want to tweak one or we just don't love one, we can always go back and say, hey, can you show us all the options available? Because we'd like to go take a second look at this one that there's nothing in law driving a change, we want to drive a change.
And I would imagine another resource would be talking with legal counsel. I would think between Neola guidance and services they could provide us as well as legal counsel, they could point us in the right direction and see what that means for the warranty or not. Yeah. I like that guy.
Any other questions or comments?
Just one, this is sort of short one here. There's a policy change here for address, right? And this is, it got me remembering that, one of our principals had asked for their address to be updated, on their, at Stephen Bell, right? Apparently people can't find it based on their address. So we ever looked at that some more? Is that going to have a policy change that we're going to give a board a sign that gives them the right address out front of the school?
That's not a policy change, we're still digging into
Okay.
that, yeah, and some signage.
I just thought it was kind of funny to see a policy change for address. I thought, well,
Actually, that one isn't driven by the board or by a committee member, because we still have the address for the old Board of Education down on State Street, South Street, State Street, I think. South Street.
Yeah.
So that is one that was
That's
driven
right.
by either
Good
the
point.
board or a
That
community
was
member.
a tip one. I pointed out that we had an old address.
And that was
It's being
not in the
changed.
policy, though. That was in the.
It was in the policy.
Well,
on-
no, that,
on
it was
the
wrong in the
file.
policy, but it was handbook. She
Yeah.
commented, this is wrong in the handbook.
Oh,
We were like, oh, yeah, it's wrong here too. So, yeah.
So that's as rude as we get.
Yeah.
So
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, others, good discussion. All right, Mr. Lonnie, please call the roll.
Mr. Carpenter,
Yes.
Mrs. Dorn,
Yes.
Mr. Kinsey,
Yes.
Mr. Price,
yes.
Mrs. Anderson.
Yes.
Motion passes. All right, on to items of information and discussion. Dr. Kozak?
yeah, so school resource officers are on here, so if you remember back a few meetings ago, we met with the township, the parks, the city, us, I think that was it. All the community boards and councils and trustees and so forth, about safety and more specifically, school resource officers. So we followed up in a meeting with that. Mr. Kinsey was kind of represented the board with me, meeting with the township and the city at that point to see what are some options that we can do to try to get some resource officers and trying to figure out, the safety piece of all of that, plus also the financial piece of that, and also any kind of MOU, obviously, that has to go along with that. So I think it's the board's intention to eventually, at one point, the goal is to have an SRO at each building, I believe is the board's intention at some point or goal, long-term to have that. And so to try to work towards that, be my recommendation, we work towards having a SRO at Stephen Bell BCI, so that would be with the city of Bellbrook, and then one SRO at the middle school and the high school, and with a 50-50 financial split with them, and targeting, probably by the time it all gets to it, it's probably next school year. By the time they hire somebody else, get somebody trained, and then have that availability of that person, if it could be sooner, that is great, but that would probably be the realistic long-term goal. And if bringing next board meeting, hopefully next board meeting, some type of MOU for the city and the township would be the goal, and so that we can officially get moving on that. Questions, comments, thoughts?
Yeah, a couple things here. One, I don't know that there is for me, it's absolute. I do want an SRO at each of the schools, full-time. And profuse thanks to both the township and now the city for being willing to provide funding. The township already has, looks like, I think they're looking to plus up a little bit or some, because I don't know exactly the arrangement there. But clearly, the city, is going to do something new. And so I'm really appreciative of it. But if that's as far as they're going to go, from one board member, I want to make up the difference to where we have an SRO at each of the schools. And the concern I have is we say next year, okay? And I think that's a harsh reality. I mean, I think that's a factual reality because of the manning situation. They have to hire somebody. We have to get all this funding and all these arrangements made and agreements and whatnot. And then the hiring process and training and all that. It's going to be next year. And then I think the current bar is it's 2. And so I have little confidence that that's ultimately going to result in an SRO at each of the schools. And so I don't, and I think it'd be good if other board members spoke up here, but I'm okay with the extra expense if we need the township and the city to contribute, ideally more, but if they won't or can't, it's probably a better way of saying it, then I think we should do it. I think we're looking at ultimately roughly 1 to 2% of our overall school budget to provide, full-time SROs. And I just think we have to do it in today's age because there are other school districts that are pondering the same thing. And this sounds harsh and scary even, but there are school districts having these discussions now. They're making decisions or not. Maybe they're not even having the decision. And then when something tragic happens at the school, then they're all going to come together and go, what could we have done differently? And so I don't want to do that, a year from now or 2 years from now or 5 years from now. I want to be able to look in the mirror and know that I have done everything I possibly can to protect our schools. And to me, that's worth 1 to 2% of our budget if we cannot get extra funding from the community. And so in the meantime, again, we are next year out for getting SROs, and I think the current bar is just 2. And so I would like for us to consider, and I'm not offering any proposal here tonight, but I'd like for us to consider using a contracted service for the remainder of this year, so we have something in place rather than waiting until next year. Because again, I do not want to be looking in the mirror and thinking what could we have done differently. And there are options out there, for using contracted services, and I would like to see those put in place. And I think that would add some impetus and urgency behind working further with the township and the city, because we know that otherwise we have this bill hanging over our head using a contracted service. So I want to see it happen sooner rather than later. And that's my personal one and only one of 5 board members' position on this. And I'm welcoming discussion. You all want to put forth. Thank you.
Question for either you or for you, Kevin. But what is the current percentage that the township pays of our SRO? I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but.
We have a 4-hour-a-day SRO at the high school. I think we pay about $20,000.
That's about right.
Somewhere in that range for that. So almost probably half the salary, maybe a little less than half the salary, if that makes sense.
So what the township is offering to cover, is that a significant difference to what they are currently covering?
Well, the cost of an SRO could be anywhere from $100,000 to $120,000 with benefits and everything.
I think your question is what's being paid right now. Are they offering to pay more than what they currently are? Is that your question?
Right, well,
Yeah.
because I know,
Yeah.
more and how much. And I know they were, the city's come pretty far and are pretty on board, and I think the trustees at that joint meeting were very positive about supporting this. But I don't have a feel for how, if they're putting their money where their mouth is, I don't have a feel for how much that is. Like,
I would say at this point, both the city and the township are willing to pay up to 50% or maybe a little bit more of $50,000 to $65,000. So anything above that, it would be to Kevin's point, we would have to pick up the remainder of that cost. And so They don't have, either one do not have budgets for beyond 50 or 65 or so $1,000 next year for an SRO. So to Kevin's point, to probably in round numbers, it would probably be, you know, with 4 officers, you're probably talking 450. 4 officers, 450 or so, minus 50% or so of 1 officer, so 100, 110. So you're talking 300 to 350, probably in that range.
Essentially what you're doing with them paying 50 to 60, let's just make it easy. Let's say they're both paying 60, that's 120. That's essentially 1. So what we're really looking at is to pay 3 at approximately 120. So we're looking at $360,000, you know, a year, ballpark.
Every year.
I understand. We've also got a $9 million surplus as of 2027.
You can't say that.
Well, but what else can we do? That's the only projection that we have. You know, we can't say it's a completely bogus number. We have 0 in 2027. So that's the best and conservative estimate that we have. And I go back to, we're looking at 1 to 2% of our budget overall. And it's not like we have 100% available of that budget. I understand that. But to me, it's a no-brainer.
I guess, I disagree from the perspective of it's a no-brainer. Yeah, like you can look at a surplus
said
all
for me,
day
it's a
long
no-brainer.
on a 2027 budget. That year, our current levy expires. Like, we might have a lot less money the next year after that.
No, I get
We
it.
might need that projected surplus to finance the following school year. And I hate, like, no one wants to sit here and like, really nickel and dime or put price tags to safety. But you can't say if we're sitting here and I didn't do everything I could, like, we could put 2 in every building, we could put 5 in every building. Like, there does have to be a trade-off between what is feasible, what's an improvement, what is, and what we can afford and still, you know, educate kids. And so I'm not saying it's a no, but I'm saying it is not a no-brainer and it would need to be a discussion.
Just to be clear,
Very specific dollars and cents and figures and seeing the projections we saw tonight with all of that built in and what does that look like 2, 3, 4 years from now with that recurring expense added in.
You know, to be clear, it's a no-brainer for me, okay?
I understand.
And currently we have nothing. So, you know, if we do something, I agree, but to me, something doesn't mean not having a SRO in each building. To me, that is the standard. And yeah, we can't do 5 or something ridiculous like that. Some schools, some places do. They had, in St. Louis where they had the shooting recently, they had 7.
Yeah.
But they also were not armed, but still, it was a different scenario. They had security guards there. I don't even know if they were police officers or not, but, and I don't know what happened in Seattle this week or last week or wherever it was. But yeah, if nothing ever happens, you could say, well, that money, you know, we could have been used in a different way. If something ever happens, we're gonna go, my God, it would have been worth it. And that's harsh, it's blunt, but that's exactly how I feel about it. You know,
I'm glad we're having this discussion. I think it should continue. Just so everybody has all the information, in that meeting, both entities, the city and the township, despite being just absolutely great, I mean, they're wonderful. Both of them made sentiments of that, you know, perhaps there could be more in the future, that they would work with us over time to get somewhere. They're at where they're at now. I get it, everybody has budgets, everybody has constraints. I mean, the city's coming from 0, which is amazing. I know that they are really scraping together and making sure they're doing the right thing for the residents of Bellbrook, but they really moved some things around because their city council made it a priority. So they're coming from 0 to where they're at, which is amazing. But just throwing that out there that things may change. Now we're talking a couple years, that would be years. And it also would be, you know, us maybe going back to them and letting them know, hey, here's what this would do to our budget. Because we've not, maybe, I don't think we've given that level of detail, I could be wrong, but.
what's a bit frustrating with this is, practically, I could see probably 3 SROs working if, and this is a impenetrable wall if the SRO could flow between the high school and BCI. Not in response to a active event, but literally randomly move back and forth between the schools. But I think this is where we have these obstacles between governing bodies to where they can't do that. And that's problematic, so I think it drives us ultimately, so. Yeah, what I would ask is, let's not just table this and let it go month after month into next year. Doug, I appreciate that you'll bring back some more information next month from the community or from the township and the city. But I'd also like to bring it back for consideration that until we can get that in place, which is almost certainly going to be next year, that we consider at the next board meeting and discuss, using the contracted service until we can get whatever.
The cost for that was less though too, but they weren't full-time all year or something like that.
I can't remember, but.
So what specifically do you want me to bring back for next month? I'm just trying to get clarity on what information are you looking for? What does that look like that you want me to bring back to you, that all of you, so that we can make an educated decision on the SROs?
What will the town, continue to just come back and report what you've learned from the township, what you have learned from the city, maybe bring that MOU from the city, forward. And so, just update us. And I would like to see a discussion take place on the use of contracted service. I can tell you that right now I will not be at that December 8th, I think it's December 8th meeting, unless this event I have going on related to work, changes. So my ability to participate in the discussion would be limited, in fact, non-existent if I'm not here. But please consider it, and let's bring it forth for a discussion. The use of the contracted service until we can get whatever we can get from the city, the township, and from our own budget.
Okay. So what kind of financial?
I would like to see if there are COAs being considered, and if we know them in enough time for you to do this work, Kevin, to plug those numbers into an out-year projection. Whether it's similar to what we saw, increasing what we saw tonight, adding in that recurring cost over time. If there are multiple COAs working in a couple different ways, it's one thing to say, oh, it's this much per year, but that much escalates and that much, compounds, and while all the other costs are increasing in out years, we need to keep out year. We've spent a lot of money, in the past year, and we spent a lot of money on security in the last year. And I hate to be again, my kids are in these buildings, and I want to be with you, and whatever, but there is a limit.
So again, just so clarity, so MOU, if we can get it signed and ready to go with just the basic agreement, we're good with that. Depending on the numbers, that would be the thing that would still be up in the air. What can both departments cover money-wise? So touch base with them on that. The private contractor, so do you want me to go back to the group that we had and talk to them? I don't want to speak for them, but I think they would be extremely challenged if I say, hey, we would like to contract with you for the rest of the year, and we don't want your services after that. Personnel-wise, for them, I think that would be extremely challenging for them, as they're trying to get four officers for just 6 months' work. I mean, I'll be more happy to ask him, reach out to him, or if there's some other idea, but I got a feeling that's going to be a no, just based on the personnel-wise and so forth, or for some other idea or thought.
I was just gonna say, if cost is the data point that we're looking for, maybe we can kind of take a look at what they provided before, and maybe kind of get a guesstimate from that, just to see, because I would agree with you, That gentleman said it would take some time to find people, hire them, get them allocated, and by that point, we would be talking January, early February, and only needing a few months till the end of the school year. That would probably be challenging, I would imagine.
But we're also not guaranteed, even though the city and township will be able to find officers even by September, August of next year. Maybe they will, probably they will, but if not, then we have this as another potential option.
But I think we would know sooner rather than later that they would be able to hire somebody probably the next couple of months, but then it would take time for that person to get trained and so forth, to then release somebody else to go into the school. So we would guesstimate, maybe know in the next few months whether they are able to gather somebody for that position.
Yeah, I just would appreciate it. Ask them, and if there's another company, ask them, at least, like Barry was saying, I will sleep better knowing I've at least inquired, what's in room.
I can give them a call.
And if another joint session is what's necessary to work all of this out between parties, then put them on books. If we need to dig into further details of specific arrangements with the city, with the township.
I don't want to speak for them, but I think dollar cents for them, at some point they are, yes, we can do this. Beyond that, we can't do anything beyond that. Yeah, that's
I would
pretty much.
know that,
Yeah.
and again, everybody's willing.
Yeah.
Everybody was fantastic, everybody was great, everybody was real. I mean, we were in your office for 3.5 hours, past
Yeah.
5 PM, I
Yeah.
really appreciate everybody doing that, and it's just, it is what it is, kind of right now, just with budgets and their police levies and their funding models.
Right.
And it's, it's not ideal for what our stated goal is of where we want to get. But yeah, I want to thank them. I mean, that it gets us a long way there. Right now, we have a part-time person, 4 hours at the high school. To turn that into a full-time position, which would go between the high school and the middle school. So that's a huge increase. And then adding an entire other full-time position floating between Stephenville and BCI. Not ideal, but man, I think that's great, and I really appreciate it. And I know the community really appreciates it.
Okay, so MOU, what they can cover, reach out to the private contractor. Kevin's going to input it. Kevin Lemming's going to input that in the budget forecaster. So is that what? Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Anything else with that?
I don't think so. Meeting calendar.
Yep. So draft of the 2023 calendar. I know Mike, this pretty much is the same kind of setup we had this year, where one meeting per quarter is extra, the second meeting per quarter. And those extra meetings are at each of the schools. And so if you look on here, you're thinking, well, we're at 2 times at the high school, 2 times at the middle school, we're Stephenville and BCI. Well, this is a calendar year, so for the next school year, fiscal year, then Stephenville and BCI will be next February and April if we use that same kind of model.
Oh, okay.
I just didn't want Stephenville especially to always be the first school right out of the gate in August, so just trying to mix it up a little bit. But each school year, the board will have a meeting at each of the schools.
Okay.
Even though it looks a little different on the calendar year.
Okay.
Now, if there's something, obviously, that the board wants to do differently, obviously that is up your guys' decision and discussion and so forth, or feedback, or.
Well, that's a reasonable thought. You're right, it doesn't always make sense to always be in a certain building in a certain quarter of the year or time of the year.
Is this the same kind of structure we want to do next school year, or we want something different?
I'm curious if it's historically always been at 7 PM. Would it be potential to move it to a 6:30 or a 6 PM? Maybe 10 years ago, there weren't 8-hour school board meetings, but nowadays, sometimes we have those. Just throwing that out there. That's more of a question.
I think-
Have they always been, I know that the city and the township are always at 7 PM, so that continuity is nice. I can see that as a pro, but is there any benefit to us thinking about moving up a little bit?
I think if we do that, I think it complicates potential community participation, you know, by the time they get home, they get dinner and all that other kind of stuff, and they're trying to rush here to get to a meeting at 6, I think it's problematic. By 7, either they're gonna make it or they aren't.
I actually thought of that, and that's a good point. You
Yeah.
very well may be right. However, sometimes our items of information discussion, our big decisions are later in the agenda. And some people may have trouble finding babysitters at midnight.
Especially 1
Yeah.
o'clock in the morning.
I think for the same amount of people that are gonna be inconvenienced like that, there's another percentage that wanna get home and put their kids to bed.
Yeah.
Like, I personally would welcome starting a little earlier, because we are here late very often.
We are.
And,
I don't have little kids anymore.
so, yeah, I'm on board with that. I did want to ask, usually the Saturday morning, is a Saturday morning session, have we historically done that in January? Or is that, or?
That is not on this calendar. That is something we could add. That is something we've done maybe just the past 2 years.
Yeah.
I've always found that really helpful. Maybe not that same session or that same individual, but I think maybe like a New Year goal setting session, like let's talk about strategic vision, something. And maybe that takes the place of the February additional meeting, like maybe that's the one in that quarter. But I've always found that to be really a helpful, longer session, that we can sit and have long conversations about topics.
For the first time in a number of years, though, we'll have the same board in this January as we do in
Yeah,
December.
that's true.
Because that's really been the focus is, okay, we've got new people on the board, we need to kind of get them up to speed on what, procedure, what does it really mean to be on the school board? Because it isn't, the experience is different from how it looks. Let me just say that. So I guess what I'm advocating is that, perhaps not have the same kind of format that we've had, but have an opportunity to meet in the morning, have topics that we work through, have lunch together, and then, finish up early afternoon.
Yeah, I think I would like to see like a more strategic session, and even if it, like I said, even if it took the place, and that maybe we didn't do this February 23rd one or whatnot, but now that we've, there's a lot of hurdles that will be behind us in January, and like, okay, clean slate, what do we want to work on, back to, priorities and basics.
Right.
Whatever you guys want to do.
I think it's great.
Yeah, good idea.
Yeah.
So do we want to add
Schedule.
a January morning meeting? Do we want to add a February morning meeting? Do we want to keep the second February meeting? What are we discussing?
I would advocate we drop the February at work session schedule of Saturday morning in January.
What do you guys
I
want to
mean-
do? Yeah.
Toss that out as the straw man and, okay.
And actually, we're not voting on this tonight.
No, this will be voted next month. Yeah, so this is discussion, and then we can continue to think about it, but I can come back with, the your thoughts.
I know
So-
there's MLK Day, and there's some.
So we're thinking January 28th is a Saturday. That's the last Saturday of January. That one or the 21st? 28th would be
I would say
2 weeks after the
Just come
12th.
back with a recommendation, look at the school calendar and see where that conflicts.
So get rid of the February 2nd meeting and add a January 2nd meeting in the morning on Saturday.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Target the 28th.
And what time do we want to start? 8:30, 9?
I'm fine with Thursday.
7:30.
I mean, I'll be done.
Retiree here.
That's right. Hey, I can be anywhere at any time now,
Eight.
starting in January.
Eight's
Nine.
fine.
8
Eight is good. Eight is good.
here at the middle school. Okay. Any other changes that anybody sees or any further discussion on the times?
And really, I'm fine with keeping it at 7. It was more of a question. I didn't know if that's just the way it's always been or.
It is, and I've gone from another school district as it's always been at 6. So I think
It's always
adjusted with the
6
school-
at that?
They're at 6, yeah. So it just depends on what that school district.
I don't,
Probably have
I
done
personally don't
historically.
care, but my only concern is I want the community to have opportunity for participation, and if they want to do open communication, I just don't know. Sometimes that's in the first 15 or 20 minutes of our meeting, and I don't know if that's problematic or not, but,
That's a good point.
Can we touch base with the community and ask what they have preference?
I say just leave it at 7.
That's fine.
Like a 50-50 split.
Yeah, that would be true.
how about if I quit talking and we just have meetings at 7 o'clock?
So. Make that a motion.
I want us to call the roll.
We'll keep it at
now.
7. All right. Keep it at 7.
Very good. All right, thank you very much. So I would move that we go into executive session, to meet in the executive session for the purpose of considering the employment and compensation of a public employee per revised code 121.22, paragraph G1, and preparing for negotiations with public employees concerning their compensation and other terms and conditions of their employment per revised code 121.22, paragraph G4. Do we have a second?
Second.
Mr. Kinsey? Mr. Liming, please call the roll.
Mrs. Dorn,
Yes.
Mr. Kinsey,
Yes.
Mr. Price,
Yes.
Mrs. Anderson,
Yes.
Mr. Carpenter.
Yes, motion passes. We are going into executive session at 9:01. We'll give board members an opportunity to use the restroom, and we'll meet in the library.
We do not anticipate any action afterwards, did you say that?
All right, it is 11:11 PM, and we are now out of executive session. Do I hear a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Mrs. Dorn and Mrs. Anderson, and I'll call the roll. Mrs. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Price?
Yes.
Mrs. Dorn?
Yes.
Mr. Kinsey?
Yes.
Mr. Carpenter, yes. The motion is approved. We are adjourned at 7:11. Good night, everyone.
11:11.
11:11, yeah.